Welcome everyone. Happy New Year. Hope you're all doing great. Hope you survived the New Year's. Hope you didn't drink too much. Or the hangover wasn't too bad. Welcome to a new year. More streams. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw. I mean, normally I am. Well, actually, I used to be pretty good at darts. It's just that I don't have a dartboard anymore. But I used to be pretty good at it actually. And normally, back in the day I would used to watch it a lot, but don't really watch it anymore. I mean, I do if if it's on and I see it or something, but it's not like I'm gonna sit down and sit there for the matches anyway. But would be cool if Van Gerwen wins. Always nice to see a Dutch person win. Okay, so I've already done a lot of work for the first Patreon pack of this year. I made a whole folder with granular impact sounds and might drop a bunch of those on Patreon soon. I also wanted to do some more granular resampling first today, where I do a similar kind of thing, but instead of going for impact sounds, this will just be more like, I guess, just weird granular texture sound effects or stuff. I don't know, not necessarily impact. The ones that I did yesterday all had like a kick drum at the start of it, so they all sound like an impact. But I might as well just show you quickly how that works and show you the patch, because it's kind of interesting. And it's not necessarily that hard to do. You just have to set up a whole lot of things, but I didn't fire any fireworks, so I still got all my fingers, so we're good. Okay, that chat window has text. I've been changing some stuff again, so let's see. It's still weird. This one has more text than the other view. Huh. Really weird. Don't think it's yet fixed, but at least they seem like not empty, so that's a good sign. So let's just grab... let's do 4 bars. And let's just drop in 1 note. And I'll just open up the patch that I made real quick. Do you like Granulator? I used to use Granulator, but I mean, there's so many tools for granular stuff now that I don't really have to anymore. Let's see, did I drop it in here? No, I probably did here. Yeah. Okay, so let me just quickly run you through what is going on here. So at the basis of this whole patch, I kind of just have one granular thing here. There's nothing else turned on, just a granular thing with a sample in it in one-shot mode. So it only plays back once. When it reaches the end of this file, it doesn't. It basically stops generating grains. Then I have the emp envelopes just fully open, nothing with that. Then we have 2 envelopes here. These are the pitch envelopes, so this one just creates a very tiny little click at the start of a note, and this one is a more slower pitch envelope that I'm automating as well, or at least that has a macro for the time here, and that is connected to the pitch right here, and I believe right here as well. Then we have another bunch of these LFOs here. These are all just moving at random, and some of these are modulated in terms of the rate as well by other LFOs. So just so that we get a whole bunch of random movement. And those are all mapped to things here. As you can see, we have all kinds of things here that they're mapped to. Now, I'm not going to go over all of these, but you can kind of see what's happening, right? So, in fact, I guess I could turn these off real quick. And if I now play this, then let's see the sample. Gear transform. Let's just go in here. So I just grabbed like one of the Foley sounds. That one. Let me bring this down a bit. So yeah, just something like that, you know, something that has already a bit of texture. That is what is in the granular thing. Wait, let's go here. And we're just moving some stuff around. So right now you can hear we just have the pitch envelope. And the rate is kind of static at the moment. But if we start adding these in, you can start hearing that we get a lot more movement. So the rate is starting to move. The pitch is now moving and the speed as well. So that's very important. So the speed of how it scrolls through the sample is being modulated. And I'm also modulating the depths of all those modulations so it gets extra random, if you get what I mean. And then we do another one. So that's still not everything. Let's turn that on. That is the spray. And then let's go here. Not sure if any of these turned on, but do that one. That is the skew that turned on. And this one should be the last little bits. Wait, did I turn something off? Bypass all. Bypass all. Enable all. There we go. And this one is also still turned off. Why is that? Enable all. Okay, now they're all on. Yo, Minimal Audio, welcome. I'm working on the video as well at the moment, but well, the bunch of stuff happened at the end of last year. I got a massive cold, and well, that's also why I skipped the stream. I basically had a cold for 2 weeks, and I couldn't even hear properly. So, well, working on the video didn't really work at that point. And then everything with Christmas, New Year's Eve, you know, you get to deal busy as hell at work. But I'm on it at the moment. So yeah, I'm just doing some granular sound effects at the moment, and I'm just showing you the patch real quick before we get into some resampling, see what kind of sounds we're gonna get out of this. So this is just the granular part, and it's just moving everything around at this point. So let's go to the filter again, random movement on here. I think there's 2. So the envelope 2 is also modulating a couple of other things in here. So as you can see, the pitch, the speed, the rate, the filter, and that is also the one that controls the pitch. So as the pitch drops down, it also modulates all of those things. So you get just random filter movement. We got another filter here, phaser, doing similar things. And every time I play it, it's gonna be different because all of these are free running. Or, hey, this one isn't. Let's make it free running. For some reason still, but that's fine. Next up, I just went crazy with the effects, just chucked on random effects. So we got a cluster delay. Not really too much thought into this, to be honest, just going through some of the presets and finding things that just work. Another cluster delay. This one is automated, and the range here is set to bipolar, so that when I drop it here, it's not always activated. Only half of the time when it goes into the positive range, it activates this effect, and all the other moments when it's in the negative range, it's just turned off. So every once in a while you just get like this effect coming in, I believe I did the same with some other things here. Again, just another random preset. This one, I love using the Morphe cube for this kind of stuff, just moving it around at random as well. Just to get even more weird movement, and then we're just gonna make it louder. So, oh yeah, here, same thing with the bipolar movement. So this distortion thing comes in every once in a while. I guess this just takes out the lows in the side. Some more distortion, and then just making it loud. Now, I also have these macros, and these are connected to some of the things in here as well. I believe some of the, yeah, you can see here that, and some stuff in here. I'm not entirely sure what everything is mapped to at this point. But we need to move these around at random, but I kind of just want these to pick a random position every time this note is triggered. So we can do that if we just go into MIDI effects, I believe, and then grab an expression control. This one has a thing in here called random. So let's just set these to random. That one already is set to random. And then we need to have these macros in here. So let's just click here and do that. We can also make sure that they're all at the bottom. Like that. And then let's just map those to the random things here. Let's just do random, range of 100, random on here, range of 100, random on there, and range of 100, and the last one here, range of 100. Okay, cool. So now if I play this, every time it's gonna give us a different thing. Let's do that. And now the thing is, when we start changing the sample in here, we're gonna get all kinds of different results. And when we start maybe randomizing some of these effects, you know, like the wave shifter, maybe this cluster delay, just randomizing the preset of that while we're doing that. So you get all kinds of interesting things. Okay, let's just do that. Of course I'm streaming today, it's Friday. So like if we go in here, and let's just get out of here. Let's see, what would work? Sound effect probably. Let's just hit sound effect. Oh wait, I have another. I know there's a bunch of in here that are called something gesture, I believe. These are pretty nice for this. So if we just take one of these. Let's go, which one should we change? Let's also set this one up as some, let's do that. And let's assign something to it. And then let's lock that position. So that when we change the preset, it stays there. These spectral gesture ones are pretty cool. Weird sounds. Okay, let's go back in here. Gets such weird sounds out of it. The fuck was that? Let's see, what else do we have? Let's... Oh, see, I need to lock this. So, we got plenty of sounds there, but let's say we want to turn that into impacts, textural impacts. I can show you how to do that as well. All you have to do is basically just add a sine wave. Take a sine wave, we could also use the sub oscillator to be honest, but... And we still have a couple of modulators here that we haven't used, so I can just chuck this down a bit. There we get sub bass. We don't get sub bass, or do we? There we go. So you just take, I guess this one, let's just map it on here. Now this is modulating as well, so it might be a little bit too slow for what we're currently doing, but We can slow down this a bit. And then we just need one for the volume. Let's just do something like this. Just drop it on here. Now you basically get impacts at the start of it. So I did that yesterday, and I made a whole folder filled with massive sounds like that. They did all kind of made in the same kind of way. So just taking this and just starting changing the sample in here. The fuck is that? See if we put some tonal stuff in here. Weird shit. Ooh. It's quite a lot of fun making sounds like this. Yeah, like what happens if we put that in here? It doesn't even matter anymore at this point if it's something tonal or something short. Just pitch it down. I mean, it doesn't really matter because this is the speed is determining how fast it goes, but well, that's probably gonna be weird. Transformers. Let's just do a little bit more of this at the moment. Let's just record it. Let me take the impact out. Because I already have plenty of impact ones. I guess we don't even need to be in sound effect at this point. You can also just midway through it playing back, just change the sample and it will just keep going, so that's kind of nice. Could make some really cool halftime with these. Yeah, you could make all kinds of stuff with it, I guess. They all start sounding a bit similar now. Just change these around. Change that one. Oh, that does a lot. Vocal chop. Okay, cool. Plenty of sounds to chop up. Let me bounce those real quick. Say real quick, but I'm not sure how long I've been going for. It's not that bad. This one, oh, that one is a bit longer. Oops. It's fine. It's fine. Let me just bounce this real quick. Let's just do that track. Oh, it's not even that bad. Yeah, but you can use like a file like this. You can use it really easily to add like interesting things to transitions. Like it's basically just a lot of glitched out Foley stuff. So you can just chuck that anywhere in like a track that needs a bit of an extra little thing, and just, you know, scroll through the sample until you find something that kind of works. That's the same with the impact ones. It's just very similar kind of. Now we also have this one. Cool. I know Frequent, don't worry. I know who he is. I know what he does. So I made some drums earlier. Oh, Liquid Stranger. Okay, that's fine. I made some drums earlier and might as well use them today. I was making a little bit of a break, and I quite like the sound of it. Did I have a group set up for this? Oh yeah, snares. That. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. Let's just grab a sine wave for now. Let's turn you on. Let's go and do. Let's grab this. Let's turn that into a curve actually. Set to one chop mode, 1 bar. Maybe. Quite slow actually that I wanted. And then we can just drop that on here. I don't want that much though. Maybe like 5 semitones, something like that. See if we can make it a little bit weird with one of these. So if we take this and we map it to the drift here with like a tiny amount. If we look at that, like what it does to the sub, you can kind of see. It's kind of interesting. It kind of works a little bit like modulating the phase, I think. But you get this sort of like a little bit of random movement happening to the sub, which is kind of interesting. You don't necessarily hear it that well, but it just, especially when you start, I guess, messing with it later down the line, it does make an effect. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe if we grab another something. Maybe even less. 1%. Yeah, that's fine. You were gonna say that sub is low? It's just a fucking D sharp. That's what it is. Fine for drum and bass. Trust the process. wants to go there, but that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Oh, just make them like that. Okay, we need some, we're gonna make some atmosphere for the intro. That's what we need to do. Let's just get rid of this one. I also been organizing a lot of my samples, so let's see, might as well see if I have something that we can use. Weird sound. Damn, that's dark. Okay, let's see. We'll make some. That'll be 16. Let's start with 32 bars. There we go. Let's just do D sharp. Make a long D sharp note here. Come on. Don't be annoying. There we go. And we can grab, I guess we can grab a current. Actually, I have some samples that I made as well. I went through, this is something I can advise anybody to do, by the way. Why the fuck didn't I think of doing this earlier? I made a whole bunch of samples that would be great for this. What we're gonna do now. Making atmosphere. So, like if you have contact libraries like I do, a lot of them are great, you know, but I always find it a pain to work with contact, you know, especially finding the instrument that you want, you know, is really hard because there's not really an easy way to preview what the instrument sounds like. You know, you have to open them and load them, and then you can play them. So I've always found it kind of annoying to work with contact, even though a lot of the sounds that people made for the libraries and stuff that you can get for it are really good. And it's like the industry staple kind of for sample-based instruments, right? But I thought, you know, why don't I just make a whole folder with samples that are just one single note, a long note from like contact instruments, while the mod wheel is moving up and down at random. So I just took a bunch of random Ableton modulators, just some of the LFOs, and let them move around at slow random speeds. And I mapped that to the mod wheel with one of the CC control devices right here, and I just mapped them to the mod wheel. And I think I also set one up here for the vibrato. I believe it's 21 in a lot of the instruments I was using, so I set one up for that as well. And those just moved around at random. And then I just had a note of 32 bars, and I just started opening up contact instruments and just bouncing them down. And at that point I thought, hey, this is actually pretty good. And I duplicated the track a bunch of times so that I had multiple octaves as well. And I could just basically, by selecting a bunch of tracks, I could just export those selected tracks and just export all the different octaves at once. And now I have this whole folder with orchestral kind of sounds. So for instance, we have, I don't know, maybe some sinister strings. And it's just going to be 32 bars. the same note, but texture like that, right? And then different one, different octave. And then you can throw these into any plugin, whether it's a Granular plugin or into an Ableton sampler, and layer a couple ones to work with the audio. I don't know, you can do all kinds of stuff and turn them into pads and all kinds of other things. And another thing that I found, because I named them in a way so that I can actually, as you can see, this is from the Spitfire Solstice library. I believe it's one from the Albion series. This way I can also still see where the sample is from. So let's say I'm working with one of the samples, I'm like, that actually sounds pretty cool. I would like to just use the instrument. I can easily open it up and, you know, find it back. But I made a whole bunch of these, so might as well use a couple of ones and see if we can make something cool with it. So, like for instance, if we go and open up the sampler, we can maybe drop that one in here. Let's just set it to loop, crossfade that. And let's give this a good amount of attack. Let's go in here and let's find another one. Drop one in here. I guess, can we set this to loop as well? Just do that. Maybe find a different one. Maybe one that is more cleaner. Maybe some brass. Let's see. Some low one maybe. So for instance, something weird like that or something. And then let's just start adding. Now, if we want something more interesting here, let's say we want something with a chord, because right now we just get this. It's probably better to go in here, because I don't necessarily have ones with a chord yet. I still need to make ones. I think I'll do those as well, like make like a bunch of layers with like a chord already in them, which would probably also be pretty useful. But we can get that here if we just go to Tonal, maybe. And then polyphonic. Let's say do we want minor? I guess we do. We just grab that. I'm not sure if all of these are labeled the same, so let's just turn that one and that one off, because I only really want the minor one. And then maybe something atmosphere, ambient, spacious, cinematic. Let's just turn that off. We don't necessarily need to have this playing in loop mode. We can just do free. And then set the speed all the way down. This is not even minor. It's major. What? Why is it here? Or we can put a sample in here that's playing at the fifth. That could also be cool. If we grab, let's go back into my samples. Choir? Wait, why are we already getting a chord? Oh, because it's set to F sharp. That's why. Add some more. Let's see. Oh, I'm so used to simpler to sampler being the bottom option that I do that every single time. Click on simpler to drum sampler. I'm still not used to it. I'm gonna make something that gives us a bit more random or a bit more interesting atmosphere. No. So duplicate this. Mm. probably have done that first. How do we change the start position randomly? Can we modulate that? Mod wheel. Loop start, sample offset. Which one is what? I always forget. Sample offset. Let me check real quick. CC control. If we move... Now it starts right at the start there. If we move it... Okay, nice. So I'm gonna put an expression control here. You know what? Let's get rid of these and let's set everything up first because I want multiple things. And we're just gonna use a random, and then we're gonna map the random with a value of 100% to here, so that every time it picks a random position to start from in the sample. Save. Yeah, we're good. We haven't really made much yet, so. For some reason lagging like crazy. Come on. Okay, there we go. So that moves around at random. And I guess I want to have some random volume on it as well. So let's just do... Should we use the... Yeah, that's probably the easiest. The device randomizer. So we'll just chuck that in here. Turn that off so that it's not really doing anything. And then we can map multiple gains of different tracks to macro controls. Let's just do macro 4. And we just need to make sure that it doesn't go up to 35 decibels, because that would be a bit crazy. So now we have that, and then let's map this one as well. Let's do this one, that one, and that one. And we're going to change the mapping real quick, so you can see the values here, the things. We want the depth, let's do a bit lower. I want them pretty slow, I think, because we're dealing with a pad, so something like that maybe. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. And then if I map that to the rack, then of course that is not going to do anything, because it's called gain. So we have to call this layer 1, for instance, and then map that again, and then it works. If it's called gain or feedback, then it doesn't work. It doesn't map it to this device, because for obvious reasons, you know, to prevent like getting feedback spikes and gain spikes that you don't want. But if you do want to map it to something like the gain, then, well, just rename the macro and then it'll work. So now this will move the gain up and down at random. So now if I duplicate this whole chain, so let's just duplicate that and grab another sample. Let's reset the pitch, and then we can do that. And we can also, instead of having it to there, we can go to macro 5, call that, oh, because it's moving, it doesn't work, we have to do that, call that layer 2, and then we'll just rename these real quick, layer 3 and maybe a layer 4, I don't know, it kind of depends how quick it starts sounding full enough. So now if I want to hear these, let's just not have it move at random yet. Now we can just move these up and down ourselves. Find another sample. Let's do... Let's do one of these sinister ones. They're also pretty cool. Okay, that sounds pretty fine with me. What does it sound like with the other one? Works, but maybe an octave down. Let's just leave it on the original. And then let's duplicate that again. Now this time we're gonna map you to layer 3. Let's find one more sample and see what we get. I kind of want to have a low one in there. Let's do one final one. And find a good one for the low layer. I don't know. Just chuck something in there. Oh. Let's not go that low. Sure, that has some more mids. Okay, so that's everything. And now if we go back in here, we hit randomize. So now these are gonna move at random. Now we do have to check... Okay, all the gains are set to 0. That's good. So now if I play this... Now obviously it's gonna get pretty quiet, and other times it will probably get a lot louder suddenly. If we wanted to have a more consistent volume, we could have one other layer that is just always playing, for instance. But I think if we start processing this with like reverb, we will get some pretty cool stuff. So let's just grab... Let's do a Valhalla... Should we do Supermassive again? Why not? I have a better idea. Let's try the particle reverb. Because this one... Just... Listen to only the reverb now. Because this one we can maybe drop an octave. Then mix that in halfway. After we messed with this, let's see what we... So we do get some extra low end in this whole thing. No feedback. What was the... This was the width. Let's bring that down a bit for this low layer. Oh, it doesn't really matter. The sound is still pretty narrow at this point. So we're good. This is gonna work in mono perfectly fine. I can kind of see it right here. See how the difference in volume is between the top and the bottom one. Top one is the mono signal and the bottom is the side signal. So this pad will definitely work in mono. Not that it's that important for pads, but it's at least good for a starting point before your reverb, that it's not like super wide. Like sometimes you'll see pads where it's like more, or where it's louder in the sides and quieter in the center, which kind of, then you know that when you sum it to mono, that pad just disappears. Okay, so this adds like a bit more low end, and if we then mix that in, or even, what if we, I want to put it on everything here. What if we group these chains here, like that, and then we can chuck this in here, and then we can make this one the mix, main mix. We can make that move around as well, and maybe not the entire way from 0 to 100, but maybe just do 20 to 80 or something. So that is gonna move around, so we always get a bit of the lower layer coming in here. And now the reverb is gonna add like more width. We can also use this one. But I think we'll add another one. And that's where the extra width is gonna come from. In this case. Let's see, that high layer. Which one is that? That one. I want that one to not be playing the entire time. Like we're hearing it too much. I want this one to maybe just have some filter movement on it. Let's do macro 8. Why you're not moving around? Oh, because you're in another rack, of course. This one to 9, I guess. There we go. If we want to get even more volume out of it, let's add some OTT. And that will bring everything out. Give you some more high end as well, but this layer is a bit much. Maybe quieter. put that on the group here. Okay, the highlighter is annoying me, but it might work. It might work. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a lower sample in there. That's better. These two are the same pitch now, but that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna check real quick. I don't think I'm gonna have... Let's just grab this one. drop that at the end of here. This one doesn't have any reverb now. Matthew, that's fine. Let me save this. Come on, Ableton. Why are you taking so long with saving? Ableton is having a weird one today with saving the project for some reason. Look at it. And then suddenly it's done. Really weird. Maybe because we recorded that long audio file in this project, and that is inside of the project probably. It's in here in samples recorded, and this file is how big? Size. I mean, they're not even that big, so weird. It doesn't matter. So Ableton still hungover from New Year's. Yeah, exactly. So this one, like, let's say we take this sound. Really basic, uninteresting sound. Maybe not even... Well, let's just leave it like that. And let's go into Granular. Let's open Portal. Check Portal on here. See if we can get some weird shit that comes out of here. Probably do want to have a bit of reverb on this track though. Let's just copy that particle reverb. And just paste that before Portal. Let's see what that sounds like by itself. Or actually, let me not do the particle reverb, because that one is kind of granular as well, so it might obscure what Portal is doing. Let me, let's just take a vintage verb. Or should I grab, because Portal could also be doing stereo stuff. Let me grab a hybrid reverb and just do real places. Do we have something big? Let's turn off the algorithm. See if we can make it sound a bit more reverbed in a way. I mean, I guess that does the job. We can add a little bit of width. It's not completely mono. Okay, cool. Let's go into Portal. Let's see. Play the entire thing. So, yeah, I dropped a pack for Portal. It's also gonna show up like this if you install it correctly. And it basically just, how many was it? I forget how many. Was it 50? No. 35 or something, I believe. I don't know. But there's just some of the presets that I use myself. I do like maybe another reverb after this though. Because it's not fully wet, but maybe let me chuck a bit of OTT after that. There we go. Now we can hear what we're doing. I'm not sure of how much it does to this particular sound, to be honest, but because it's a bit of a short sound, you know? Maybe if we just increase everything a bit. Let me try. Just gonna quickly try something. Let's join these two. Oh, did I turn it off? Let's turn Portal off for now, for a moment. Let's see if we can... What if we offset these a little bit? See if this works. Width. Really nice for resampling stuff, this one. If you want to go and change the speed, then we can. Just turns anything into like a rhythmic. And if I would resample these, because you probably want to resample this, I would try and resample it without the reverb. So it's most of the time going to be hard to find what sounds good though without the reverb, because the reverb makes it sound nice, right? So what you can do is you can, for instance, group these, for instance, the effects after the reverb, just group those in a rack, and then you can, if you create an audio track to record, you can in here select whatever track you want to record from, and then you can go in here, and then you'll find this group here. And then you can say the group pre-effects, or is that then gonna be? Wait, no, there's an easier way to do this. Forget what I said. One moment. Let's just go back to all in. What is it? No, all in. Okay, no input. There we go. So you make an audio track, and instead of doing this in a group like that, you'll just take these effects and just group the track and put these effects on the group. And then instead of, or well, with this track, of course, I fucked up. So you take the reverb from here, you group that track, the reverb was on, and then you put the reverb on the group. And then you can just select the output of this track and then record it on here. So we can just do this and then just hit record. So we hear it with the reverb. And we can move it around, play with this. And we hear like the whole thing with the reverb now. So we can hear like, oh, that sounded cool, that sounded great. That's how that reverb faded out. But then if I stop this then, and I want to use this to kind of chop the parts up, and then, you know, if I would chop it up with the reverb included, you would chop into all the reverb tails, right? So it would become really hard to chop up that file and make like whatever rhythm you want to do with it. But if you record it like this, then now if I play this particular sample, you can hear it's completely dry. So you can still sort of like record it dry without the reverb that way. There's also a whole bunch of these shimmer kind of ones, which are kind of nice. But they kind of work well on pads and on like plucky things when you mix them in quietly. So you get like the original sound. And they can get those sparkles on top. We got also this one. Similar kind of thing, but different. Bit more chaotic. And then we have more rhythmic things. What else do we have? This one was pretty nice too. I believe these are just to kind of make something sound completely broken. Just turns anything into a random kind of broken thing. Probably sounds gonna be, this would probably sound even more better if we put it after the reverb, honestly. Maybe not. So as you can see, there's quite a lot. We have only gone through a couple. I'm probably not going to go through all of them. So other ones are cool. Completely broken. It creates a pretty weird distortion. Oh yeah, this is absolute chaos. This just turns anything into chaos. Don't want the pitch, you can use this one. And then if you bring this one in as well, you get random pitch movement. You just get pure chaos. Guess this is just more stretched kind of stuff. Broken sparkles. This semitone freeze one is also quite interesting, but I'm not sure if it will work on this one. This turns any melody that you feed into it into a completely different melody, because there's a semitone change in this patch. So you get... Let's see if it works. Yeah, it doesn't really work too well on this one, but some sounds it works really well. Glitch machine. Can use that to make a riser out of anything. Just automate the pitch rise and then the density is the speed. You get like a riser. This one is also a riser, but then I believe an automatic one. Or not. Oh no, you also automate this one. It sounds different. There's also ones for atmosphere. This one is more like atonal. And then I believe this one is more that it keeps the pitch. And well, there's a couple more. I went over a whole bunch of ones, but that's basically it. And depending on what you feed into it, of course, you get completely different results. This one already kind of creates a weird groove. Which, if you're using this in a drum and bass tune, it will emphasize the snare drum with that little hit. That little hit will fall on the beat 2 and 4. So anyways, go back to what we were doing. Octave stairs was dope. Oh wait, that's octave groove. Octave stairs. Okay, let me turn you off because you're kind of annoying me at this point. Oh, fuck, I hit save. Yeah, it's probably those samples I recorded earlier for some reason. Come on. Okay, so let's work with this one real quick. Let's this is not automated. Okay, good. Let's start. You know what? Let's grab an autofilter. Actually, which is the low layer? Which one is the low layer? Okay, this one. This one I want to already have the full high end from the start. This one doesn't I don't want that one to be low passed. This one I do. So let me just turn these two off. There we go. We'll just automate some filters here. And let's just make that. Let's just copy that to here. And we'll copy that to here as well. And probably change some of these. So let me call this layer 1 low pass. Does that show up like that? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, it doesn't. For fuck's sake. I thought I'm gonna have them named here properly, but I guess not. That's annoying. That's annoying. I wish Ableton would just let us rename these. That would be so nice. I mean, I can group it now, but then I have to undo all this again, which I guess we're gonna do, because I want to be able to see which one is which. And right now I can't know which one is which. Oh wait, if we... I'm fucking stupid. Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and this is the low layer. So if I now it shows up correctly. Yeah. Okay. So Maybe even just from the start, because it's gonna be all the way low pass anyway at the first part, which this sample is higher, so you won't hear it. Won't really add that much, so it probably will work if we just do that. And then the high layer, we'll see. Maybe we'll do that. Oh, we also still have that thing here. We'll turn that off. Some kind of a short sound. We have some kind of a bell or whatever keys. That'll work for now. Need a different sound though. Yeah, that could work, and then move you to here. Not sure if this sound will be the right one, but can have something coming in like that. RCA, to answer that question, that would just vary depending on the day. Sometimes, some days you don't really have much stuff going. Other days, you know, you do. I could do that in here. Let's try something out. No, I have completely different sound design sessions as well. In fact, we're doing one at the moment, to be honest. I'm probably gonna do this on a separate track because the reverb is too much for this one. Let's just make a letter pad B. Let's just letter pad B. I guess we can chuck the OTT on here. Or drone, whatever it is. Let's grab another current, maybe? No, you're not annoying at all. You're not annoying. I'm just brutally honest, you know? Like, it really changes depending on the session. And I do try and do something with music as much as possible, like every day at least. But honestly, it doesn't always work. You know, sometimes I have to work. And if I have to work and I come back from work and I'm fucking tired, I most of the time don't want to work on music, you know? And I get it. But it's fine. But it's always better to do a little bit of something every day than do a whole lot of something once a week. It's better with anything that you want to become good at to do at least something, or to at least do it regularly. And even if that regularly is just for an hour or half an hour, you know? Like you can split things up, right? Like that is something with like you know what I've been working on as well. Like the project that I've been working on behind the scenes. It's gonna be new artist name and everything. And I do think this year is gonna be the year that I finish everything. But it's just that to get the tracks that I'm working on to the point where I want them to be is a pretty big sort of like hurdle to do that in one session. Like you're not gonna do that. So if you approach it that way, and I found that myself, like if I just sit down and be like, okay, today I'm gonna write a fucking tune, and I'm gonna make a tune and just make a good tune, or like for instance, me searching for the first track for the EP, like the track that opens the EP, like that search has been ongoing for a really long time at the moment. But every time I sit down and I'm like, I'm gonna make that track, it just doesn't work. So a lot of times that is because the task at hand is just too big, basically, and you need to approach it at smaller, you know, at smaller chunks. So, for instance, let's say you want to make heavy drum and bass, or let's say you want to make drum and bass along the likes of, who should we grab? Let's grab Sleepnet, right? A lot of people like that, or Imanu or something, you know. A lot of people like those kind of tracks, but maybe you can pick something what fits your vibe. And you're like, I want to make stuff like that, but like doing that requires a lot of different things, right? So you might just have to think like, okay, so what do I need? Okay, I need atmosphere. What kind of atmosphere? Okay, maybe that kind of stuff. And then I need basses. I need that. Just sit down a couple of sessions and just make those kind of sounds and save them. And save them as presets, save them in as samples that you bounced, resample some stuff that you make, you know, and just save a whole bunch of stuff so that you have like a kind of your own customized sample pack to work from. And if you approach it that way, it becomes easier to finish those smaller tasks, because you can sit down and make like a bit of atmosphere for an afternoon, or you can sit down and make you know, process some drum breaks to make them sounding nicer into a drum and bass groove or something. Sit down and make a patch in whatever synth you like with some bass that is modulating around, and map some random LFOs to it so it spits out random shit and just resample stuff. But like, those things are easier to do, right? And if you then kind of think in a way of like, okay, so what do I need to make for the tracks that I want to make? What kind of sounds do I need for that? And then make those sounds first, then at least it's going to be easier to then write the tracks, I guess. Oh, absolutely. Taking a break works really well when you got burnout. That is definitely a good moment to take a break. That's usually with any type of burnout, to be honest. Just take a break from what gives you the burnout. First of all. And hey, Budni, that's actually a good example. Taking a break does not have to mean not making music or not doing something with audio. Like maybe, you know, if your burnout really, you know, you really don't feel like making tracks, that's fine. Don't make tracks. You can still make sounds. Or heck, use the time to organize your sounds. I don't know. You know, you can put that time to good use. You know, like the day after New Year's Eve, I didn't really felt like working on a tune. So I made like 250 granular impact sounds and chopped them up and bounced them to individual files. But now I have a whole folder of those. I also made that folder with all the orchestral layers and shit that I that I took from Contact. And because I didn't want to make a track, I could still do that. Right? And then when you're in the mood to make a track again, you've got a whole bunch of new sounds and fresh things to work with. So, and sometimes, you know, you can also just be like, let's just make a different genre. And that could also work. But yeah, it's always a tough one. I feel like with this kind of stuff, I feel like it's really a personal thing as well. Like, it really changes depending on the person, what you need to do. And in the end, only you can deal with it, right? Whether it's writer's block, burnout, or any of those things. And it also doesn't, you know, I would say, like, don't get too obsessed with what others are doing. That's something that I have definitely learned over the last couple of years. Don't get too obsessed with that. Everybody moves at their own pace, and everybody needs their own time to do what they want to do, and it doesn't really matter, or it shouldn't really matter, how much time you take for it. Like, I guess it does matter to a point, but don't get too obsessed with, like, and what I mean with it to say is, like, don't get too obsessed when you see, like, other people moving at a really quick pace, or you see other people putting out a lot of stuff, and you're like, why is my output not that high? Because a lot of times it doesn't really matter, you know, what others are doing. You need to focus on you. This is Current from Minimal Audio. I completely forgot what we were gonna do, but... Oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to find some chords. But I also want a bit of a thing here. Let's just grab one of these. Those are single octaves. These should be multiple ones. Yeah, let's grab this one. That's just multiple, sort of like string layers, octaves in one sample. So if I use that, I get a pretty full string section right away. If I just add a bit of attack and release to that. Maybe do that. I should be able to... see if we can find something cool. not getting anywhere with a tune today, that's for sure, but I need to piss. So, come on, save. Yo, Numicron, welcome. One moment, I need to go take a short bathroom break, but I want to finish saving. Come on. What are you doing? I really don't know what Ableton has today with saving the project file. Is it getting slower as well? Okay. Let me just give you guys a little pat while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, let's go do something else. Let's see. What if we grab... Okay, we want to have something in here. Let's just start with a sine wave. And let's just give it a bit of... And then I want it to decay as well. I guess it would be smarter to do this with... not with the enp envelope, but just use curve. Drop it on here. And then we can use this curve here. So how long is this note? Or how long is this section? That is 4 bars. So we set this to 4. And then let's just increase the grid a little bit. If we set this to 3. Yes, this is the first beat. Yeah. Then we can do this. And then we're gonna go down a bit at the end, I think. Maybe even already a little bit here, but then towards the end we're gonna go down quicker. Something like this, maybe. Now you might be thinking, what the hell is it doing? Okay, that's alright. Let's do another curve. This time we're gonna go with 4 bars again. Let's also do 3. Or we can do one shot on this one, I guess. Let's do like this, maybe. And then I want that on the fine tune. Going down. Something like that. And now, let's see what happens. Let's group these. And let's go and grab some kind of a distortion. Let's just do Ableton's roar, maybe. I probably want the sub separate though, because I want to probably keep the sub clean, but might be... Oh, I have a great idea. We don't even need the group. We can just do this. Oh, fuck, I deleted... Oh, no, I didn't. I'm good. I'm good. I think I accidentally hit the wrong key, but that's fine. We can put the sub into this track. Like, this sound, I want this sub to stay clean. So it's just a clean sub. Maybe we'll add a little bit of a harmonic to it later, but... This is the layer where I want some distortion to come from. So if I just grab Ableton's compressor... and we chuck that on this track, Then we can take the input from, what was the sub? 6? That one. And we turn, do we need sidechain to be on? I think we do. And then we do this. So now the sub comes into this track. We don't hear the other sound anymore, so we can just do that. And then we can create another chain. So now we have the entire sound on this one track. And then we can distort it here with something. And then we can put a high pass after that. And we just get the mid layer, basically. Still get a little bit of an extra thing from the first sub part, but that's fine. Now we can start messing with this layer. And if we still play it like this, we're still gonna have the regular sub. Okay, let's start going, and let's just go into here and let's mess with this sound a bit. Maybe make that go all the way to 100. So I'm still hearing some extra harmonics. Could we... Oh yeah, we could definitely do this. Let's see. If we grab an envelope MIDI device, drop that at the start of the track, sustain all the way up, short release time, really short attack time, and then we can put a gain, a utility, at the end of this track, or maybe not even at the end, but just here, after the grouping of the two, or no? Yeah, after that. So, and then we map this to this macro. Let's just set this to 50, and we do map. We basically just created a manual gate that turns on when this note turns on. Just like you would have in a synth, basically. And then when this note is over, it turns off and we don't get the harmonics on this other note. So that note stays completely clean. So if we now go in here, we can start messing with this. So let's say, I don't know, let's first add a reverb in here. That might be fun. Okay, that's also gonna mess with the phase a lot for some reason. Let's do... Why is it doing that, by the way? Probably want to have the reverb after the distortion. But we could have a mono reverb here, just to mess with the sound. See what that does. Okay, maybe not a reverb. Maybe we'll do chorus or something. Or we just add unison here. Ooh, yeah. Okay, and then let's go with reverb after this thing. We'll just add a Valhalla reverb, something nice. And we'll do that maybe here. Gets really weird with that, but that's kind of fun. Can't hear that, of course, but that's fine. Gets pretty heavy really quickly for some reason. Can also change this one. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's just put one in here. Ooh, that could be interesting. It only works in this note now because of the wave shifter. Pretty interesting. Maybe a different sound. Let's see what happens if we distort this a little bit. Kind of like it in a way. do want to have some more saturation on it, but something to gel together. Maybe thermal. Just having that on the default preset. It already should add a little bit of extra saturation. What if we grab... let's grab another current. Let's see if we can do something cool. Like I was thinking, maybe if I use some weird sample, let's see, do impact or something. Like if we just chuck that into the grains. Just do D sharp. It actually kind of works. Some weird reason. Thinking what kind of sound work we want to have here. We want to have this sound again, by the way. I guess we do. Or we do a different sound. What if we duplicate this and just alternate between two different ones so that it's not the same every time? A little bit more variety. So we just open this one up again, and then we just go and, I don't know, select a different sample. Sure. That is actually very, very similar as the other one. Maybe we take off the EQ for now. Wait, am I doing the wrong one? Did I change this one? Or not, huh? I'm confused. Which one did I change? I mean, both kind of work, I guess. Yeah, I think it was the right one. I have something different for this one. Yeah, I was changing that one because the EQ was turned off. Thanks, Either Dell. What does it want to be? That's the most obvious, but let's go to there maybe. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Want something else here, but not this. Still similar as the other one, but a bit lower. Kind of nice. No. Could also I kinda wanna have just one note. Or we can automate the length of this one. Let's just say, okay, that's the slow rate, and then let's just do maybe 1/4. And then what if this one is up? We also get... maybe not. Let's just try this first. So if I do that... well, we could also just have it like that. But I was gonna say, what happens if we have like... yeah, that's actually kind of cool. So faster pitch envelope right there. And then we go back down here. Then we just repeat that. Maybe even... yeah, maybe that could maybe be fun. But what if we have a little bit more of a trend into it? Let's just grab another envelope. And let's just put that on here. A bit too much. Let me do that. Needs to be pretty short. Oh. Oh yeah, we have the distortion happening. That's why that's not gonna work. Might have to do that separate. Where did you get samples for the break? Did you just load some? Where's the sample player? No, I did chopped up a break. Let's see. Show him browser. Oh, it's from the... fuck, I forgot the name of this pack. It's a pack with like... I forgot the name, but this pack has like, what? 300 breaks or something? 200. 200 drum and bass breaks, and it's like all the classic drum and bass breaks, to be honest. I forgot what it's called, but it's shared online, I think, on Reddit. I think if you search for like DMB break sample pack Reddit on Google or something, you'll probably find it. It's just a pack with like all the classic sort of like breaks. Right. Amens and shit. And one of them was this one. Is it the Jungle one? I'm not sure. Could be. I remember that I at some point renamed all the files because I got the pack and they were all a mess, and I just renamed all the files to DMB break because that's kind of what they are, and that's how I've been using them ever since. But they're basically just a bunch of sampled breaks, and this is the one that I started from. So I just chopped that up into MIDI, and I did do quite a bit of stuff to it though, because it doesn't sound like it anymore. As you can hear, it sounds a lot more punchy, and it also sounds a different pitch. But like if I take all of this off, sure, do that, do that, let's do that, and that. See? Same sound again. Jungle 9091 on Docs and Acid. Okay, nice. Thanks. Thanks for the heads up. That's also good. Well possible because I used to be Docs and Acid person as well. Drum and Bass Forum and Docs and Acid, two places I used to be at as well. Before like Discord and shit all came around. So it's a pack that's been floating around for ages. So yeah, I just chopped it up. I rearranged the break a little bit. Only used one of the snares so that all the snares are consistent. And yeah, I just created that pattern. And well, the drums are actually quite interesting because I split this up so that all the kicks are in one group here. See? And then we have the snares. And then the ghost snares. And then the hats. So I did that because I wanted to process them different. There was, in the hats, there was like low end happening as well. And in the ghost snares and shit, I wanted to pitch those up in the snares while leaving the kick the same. Because I did like what happened with the kick and then layering it with this really dirty sort of like kick that I had. It's just one of, basically a kick drum out of my own collection, but I think I even generated this one with AI. Now I think about it. Yeah. I have a folder with a whole folder with like kick drums that I generated with some AI at some point just for fun. And it actually worked pretty well because it made a whole bunch of noisy sort of like kick drums that have a bit of texture to them, and I've been using them a lot recently, so yeah, that's just that. But when I layered that with the kick and the break, it actually worked pretty well. Because the kick and the break is a little bit higher. And then I sidechained the kick here, so the kick is EQ'd, and then it's sidechained with this LFO. And it still sounds a bit weird on its own, but in the mix it worked really well. Snare drum, same thing, but the EQ is a bit higher. See, so it just takes out more of the low end, and then I'm pitching that up with a frequency shifter to get it there, and then we're making it shorter with just a transient master. And the same thing is happening here, of course, because these are the ghost snares. So those also need to go up to the same pitch. And then I still had the hats. Again, I think this is even the same as on the ghost snares, maybe a little bit higher. Oh, I think it's actually the same, because it also has the transient master on it. Just to make everything a bit shorter. But that already turned it into a much better break, in my opinion. Because the low end in the break is nice, you know, that's in a way, but if you're gonna layer it with bass and all that kind of stuff, it's gonna muddy it up too much, so, you know, in the snares and all that, it didn't really need all of that. And this way it just sounds cleaner. And then from there on, it's just some processing. I guess I didn't want the stereo, only in the noisy high end. And then stab really comes in clutch. Very tiny EQ, and then some soft clipping with thermal. But yeah, I really like how those drums are sounding at the moment. There's a little bit of clipping on the group, but it's honestly not really doing much, only when the kick hits. But it's actually pretty simple at this point. It's just a break, and the only real change happening to the break really is the change in pitch of the snare, I guess. See? So, snare drum is hitting at F sharp, which technically works, because I'm writing in D sharp minor. So F sharp is the minor third of the D sharp minor scale, so technically that works perfectly fine. Like a lot of people, when we're talking about drums, a lot of people say like, oh, it doesn't matter what the pitch of the drums is. I would agree to a certain point. With certain genres and certain styles of music, I would actually go as far as saying that it actually does matter, because depending on the sound, of course. Like this break, this snare drum, has a really clear tone. Like, there's definitely a bit of a tone in it. You can also see it on the spectrogram here. Like right here. See that there's a line just going through it, almost? That's at the fundamental of the snare, basically. So that is the pitch of the snare drum. Now, right now it's hitting on an F sharp, which technically works. It's still in the scale, but the minor third is one of those intervals that sometimes works, but most of the time it can sound a little odd. And in this case, it sounds fine on its own. But when I layer it with some bass, you'll hear that it just is a little bit too low in a way. And because because the relationship of the minor third to the root note of the scale, the relationship of those two notes is a little bit more unstable versus, for instance, the root and the fifth, which are a lot more stable. I believe it has something to do with, I believe that every time, I believe it's a ratio of 2 to 3 or something. I could be wrong, but therefore it's sort of like, it's more stable versus the minor third. And I think if I look at what I did to this snare, I think we're just tuning it up to an A sharp. Yeah, see? So I'm just tuning it up to the fifth of the scale. That's what I'm doing here. And suddenly you can hear it just work better. See? Back on F sharp. It just sits better in the whole thing because of the relationship to the root note of the whole track and then whatever the drums are doing. So I would actually say that the pitch does matter. And we can put this sort of like slightly off. Like if I, for shits and giggles, just put the pitch to -1 here. Now the pitch of the drum should be off. So now it should be hitting an A. Yeah. So it's hitting an A. Like, technically, if we listen to it, it still kind of works. Like, on A, it still kind of works, but most of the time, when I tune my drums by ear, because I'm not usually looking at, like, whatever it's hitting here. Like, I'm not looking at that most of the time. Most of the time, I just have the shifter on the brake, or on whatever I want to pitch up. I just hit shift on my keyboard, and I just move the mouse up and down with that knob, with the fine-tuning on the... Where is it? Right here. So just click that, hold shift, and then move it up and down in really tiny amounts, and just listen. And most of the time when you do that, and just listen when it sounds sort of like, when it hits the sweet spot, and then look at what you did later, most of the time you'll notice that you'll probably tune it to either the root note or to the fifth. Because those two usually end up sounding best. And I agree, drums can be making drums, especially drum and bass drums, is an absolute rabbit hole. You can spend ages just making drums, you know. It's fun though. It's a lot of fun to do. Like, let's say we want to mess with this break a bit more. Let's try something out. Let's try, usually works pretty well on breaks. A disperser, somewhere in the mix. Like a low amount. You want to give it a bit more of that. So like lasery sound. Or that. Whatever the fuck that is. Weird. But Maybe I have something else we can use here. That's an E. If I just chuck... do that for now. So we have some notes here. Let's map something. Mod wheel to sample offset maybe. And let's try... I just want to see what we get out of this sample, and the really easy way to do is to just take an expression control and just say random. Map that to... oh wait, we need an CC control as well. Map that to the mod wheel with a value of 100. Wait, I can even... I don't want them to be the same every time it hits though. Oh, idea, yeah. If we just take another MIDI track, we just do one note here. Let's just do that, and let's do another note here. And then we chuck the expression control on there, so that it triggers every time that hits, and then maybe we remove you, so that we get two sets of things. Is that working? Yeah. Why is it... okay, I need to do this real quick. Just do that. Don't like that. How late is it, by the way? 12:52. Okay. I mean, the B section here, we can figure that out at some point later, but might have some... Let's just go through some of the sample things, see if I have something that I can use. Come on, save. I really need to see after the stream if when I remove those samples from the project folder, if that fixes the slow saving. Or maybe just Ableton restarts, that could also be the case. Because holy shit. Let's see, what do we have? I remember I made some really weird things at some point, but I don't know where they are. Let's see. Nasty. I remember there being some weird... I resampled a whole long thing with some weird screechy short effect thingies in them. I'm not sure if I know where they are. Might not even be in this folder, to be honest. Could also go to sound effects, maybe. Where are they? There was some really cool sounds in there. I mean, those are interesting as well. Granular madness. Not what I was looking for, though. Music, maybe? That's also possible. This is one of those sounds where I'm not sure where I put it. Let's see. No, that's not it. I think it's in this folder, but... But it's not. So... yeah, sorry, can't find them. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't find it, so it is what it is. I'm gonna stop streaming soon anyway. Weird. Gonna have to start searching, see where those are. Chuck that granular thing in here that we made earlier. Let's see if we can use that for the transition here at the end. Oh. Chucked it in here. So that is that long file that I made earlier in the stream. And we might just be able to use that for some transition part here. Let's just do that. Let's do that. And then I can just go through here. Maybe we'll chuck it in this group as well. Obviously, it's gonna be a pain to find something that works, but Sure. Weird shit. Anyways, I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. We had some fun. I'll be back again next week. Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, roughly speaking. Join the Discord. Link to that will be in the chat. And if you want to support me and support the streams, then the best place to do so is on Patreon. I have a Patreon account where I have a store where you can get like products that I'm releasing on there, and you can support me on Patreon and download a whole lot of samples for free if you support me. The lowest tier is just whatever, you just want to give me some support and not really get anything in return in terms of samples, but the middle tier and the high tier will give you access to all the sample downloads and all of that. So if you want to support me, then that is the best place to do so. The next pack will be up on there soon, I think, because that is going to be the Granular impacts, I think. All kinds of weird sounds like that. So those will be coming soon, I think. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this stream. So thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord after the stream. So if you have any questions, drop them there. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.